letter mari, all caps.
Why should you delegate to us? We offer a 100% refunding rate solution. In addition, you are eligible to receive an airdrop, and that's not all. We also offer revenue sharing with our dollar, PH, and men delegates.
Puneți căștile.
Le conectează
Ha? Bă, dar proaste căști cu aia să nu vorbesc. Se aude, nu? S-a auzit, nu?
live.
Foarte mult prostii.
Da, se aude.
Du-te și proști.
Friends, now I ask you for some attention. Please take a seat. Friends, if you want to speak with each other, this is very great, but for this we have area outside. Guys, friends that are speaking with each other, I don't remember how your name. Yeah, if you want to speak, you go outside and you speak. If you are in the hall, you listen to the speaker. And now Jake will tell us more about layer labs and about WAFs.
Wow, that was so much energy. Damn. Well, hello everyone. Jake. Has anyone heard of Juno Network before? Or like Dow or Cosmosm? We all have bad memories. Okay, I also have PTSD. Well, you know, what might Reese and myself and Ethan Fry, who created Cosmosm, and you know the Dow team, what have we been up to? Well, we've been cooking up a whole new WebAssembly runtime, which stands for WebAssembly Verifiable Services. And you guys get the sneak peek right here. So first, a bit of the vision, you know, kind of what we're going for. Full stack decentralization. Waves is a new type of computational engine that is not a chain. I repeat, it's not another chain. We have a lot of great chains already. It exists both on and off chain simultaneously. It can read from any blockchain, execute transactions on any network, and maintain its own secure state, all while operating under strong cryptographic guarantees. But let's talk a little bit more about the problem statement, because like the reason I started building all this is because I realized actually smart contracts are dumb. They can't make network requests. They can't do a whole bunch of compute. They cannot run, you know, LLM inferencing. They cannot do async processes. They can't do a lot of things. And all this limitations limits what we can build, right? I actually got to the point with DAO where it was like pretty good, but the next gen features we really wanted to make, we couldn't do them in smart contracts alone. So apps are constrained by the limitations of smart contracts and blockchains today. And what we're trying to do is introduce Waves, this new primitive for verifiable services, or think of them as verifiable applications. This is all to build apps to expand the design space of what's possible. And spoiler alert, there's not going to be a DAO V3 announcement at the end of the talk, but DAO V3 is happening. So what kind of things can we build with like, you know, verifiable applications that have access to GPUs and networking and things like that? Well, we can definitely like make some decentralized agents. You
can use it to make a long tail of oracles, like all that data that you want to bring on chain. New governance primitives. Again, this is not the next gen data talk, but we have some very, very exciting things, including DAO controlled agents. That's just like the low hanging fruit. But really, you can make novel incentive mechanisms, right? One of the reasons I got interested in crypto was like, you can make these incentive mechanisms and they're extremely powerful. But at some point in like 2021, people stopped being creative and everything is basically just like lock tokens in vaults or stake them on your Cosmos chain and everyone gets the same rewards. What if you want to make more dynamic reward systems that reward people based on activity or based on their contributions or other sorts of like KPI-based incentives, right? Well, we can do all these things now, and that's actually what we're building. This is not just another infra thing where we're using it to make apps, but moving on. And today these things are kind of building verifiable off-chain applications. They're pretty hard to build. You need to recruit operator stats, right? You need to get people to deposit crypto, so whatever conditions people are opting into, there can be crypto economic security. And then you have to do all this integration. And you have to do all this integration across many different chains and many different VMs. But Waves powers verifiable apps. It makes it really easy to build performant, decentralized apps. It is also written entirely in Rust. The vision of Waves is that eventually you'll be able to run it in your browser. Just run your own services and verifiable apps on your device. Building a verifiable application is basically pretty easy. We have triggers, right? So this is what tells the service to be executed. These can be on-chain triggers, so any smart contract event on any chain. Off-chain triggers, so things like cron jobs, where you can write a little WASM component that might open up a WebSocket connection and listen to tweets from Vitalik or whoever. Then we have, the component itself. Here, I was in the component. This is the where you write your application logic. And we have multi-language support. So you can write it in Rust, which I recommend. Or you can write it in Go, which I don't recommend. Or you can write it in JavaScript, which I actually don't recommend, but you can do it. Or we also have Python on the way. And then we also allow you to submit results in various different places. That might be on some EVM chain, or Solana VM chain, or some Cosmos chain, or some Move chain, or even just completely like off-chain things, like posting to some data availability or doing an action in the real world. And really, like, the idea is that we want to take away all the hard part about building like a whole trigger system, all the logic around listening for RPCs from different chains, and having to deal with different encodings between like SVM and Cosmos and EVM, and being able to translate between those things, like, as well as the submissions, everything that happens after the operators, run the code, right? Signing the results, aggregating signatures, posting them on chain, paying for gas, things like that. We really just want it so you can just focus purely on your application logic, which you can oftentimes write in one little WebAssembly component. I'm happy to nerd out about the architecture with all you nerds here. So that's probably a longer conversation, so I'm just gonna put this slide up as a teaser. One of the great things about Waves is you can have this runtime and you can run a whole bunch of different services on it. You can dynamically upload new ones and they just start running. Kind of like smart contracts. And I think a lot of people in Cosmos don't understand why WebAssembly is great. WebAssembly is great because it has distribution. If you want to actually make full stack decentralized apps without middlemen, then you're going to need people to be able to run them themselves, like in the browser and things like that. Moreover, there's big companies like Microsoft and Amazon who, well, they're putting hundreds of millions of dollars into WebAssembly. Why are they doing that? Because it's a 50x performance improvement over Docker, right? For each of these services, right? You can't afford to have a Docker container with like a multi-second spin-up time. It has this whole extra Linux operating system inside of it. Don't get me wrong, I love Linux, but that's a little bit redundant, right? We want decentralized applications that can do more than smart contracts, but have the properties of smart contracts. And the great thing about WASM is we can take WASM bytecode, load it from disk, and basically that means is we can have much better resource utilization, right? Because at the end of the day, maybe a lot of you guys are validators or you're operators, right? Do you want to have a new machine for each and every Docker image of every service everyone could possibly write? That's a huge waste of money. In fact, on my main machine, I can run about maybe 50 Docker images before it starts grinding to a halt. With WebAssembly components, you can run about 10,000 components. So yeah, faster, lighter, safer. We can get into, I'm happy to nerd out later in our talk. But mostly what we want to get to is making not boring things. Who's tired of seeing the same shit over and over again? Oh great, another DEX for the Cosmos Fest. Oh great, another perps thing. It's like where's the creativity and innovation, right? Maybe we need to expand the design space of what's possible with decentralized protocols so we can enable new types of incentive systems, new types of governance systems. And one thing that Waves allows, an advanced feature, is composability. So you can actually make these asynchronous verifiable execution flows where there might be some off-chain data that triggers an oracle that uploads it to IPFS, and then that pushes an event to some L2, and that triggers another event that triggers some other workflow, and you can make these super intelligent living protocols. And the reason I'm here is because we're recruiting. We're looking for operators. We want to give you guys a great opportunity. I'm not doing the big BD traction slide where we talk about all the amazing people we've signed MOUs with and how much TVL is already in our legal agreements. But it's more than $1 billion. And we're looking for operators that want to run next-gen infrastructure. And I know there's a lot of great ones here. So if you want to talk to Reese is here, or Jakob, or myself, and you're interested in being an operator, we'd love to chat with you. We're also looking for devs. I know there's a lot of great devs in the Cosmos. Everyone's always looking for devs, so I'm happy to chat with you. If there's anything here that might be interesting to you or your protocol, we don't go around marketing it, but Wave supports Cosmos chains. And yeah, that's all I wanted to share. I mean, there's other things that are happening. We're building, I can't talk about it right now, unfortunately. Oh, it's super cool, but it's actually so cool that we can't talk about it. Thank you.
Put the background usually, or maybe somebody have questions, but I know that people from auditory never like to ask the questions. So let's put the background music. Friends, for now, looks like we have even little bit bigger break because we still waiting for Jan from OAK Security. He's a brilliant speaker and know a lot about security, but if he will not be at the time, we will have 20 minutes pause for networking, speaking with each other. Yes, yes. So
How Netflix?
friends. And now it will be very interesting presentation of jury's protocol. Please take your seats. Friends, everybody who wants to listen and know something interesting, please take your seats. And everybody who wants just to speak with each other, it's on the outside because it's not very effective to speak when other people speak. And we want effective networking. So please, friends, take your seats. I will go to the outside to tell the kind of the same to the people outside, and will return. And now, jury's protocol. I give you microphone.
Oh yeah, where are you? This guy, he's leaving me. Come on the stage. See ya.
Hallo, hallo, Test, Test. So, pretty nervous, first time ever on a summit. So we're here to represent the Terra Classic community. We're not a dead blockchain, as you guys will find out. We were almost dead, that's true. And some of you guys made lots of fun of us on Twitter like 2-3 years ago. Now we're here, ready to present our lending protocol, which is based on Anchor, which some of you may know, but it's a new development. Happy to be here. This is my co-founder, Tim, also known to the community as Craig. Let's start with the presentation. So, my name is Tuya. On the Twitter or X, I'm known as Lunalava69. Till I already told you, co-founder. These are core smart contract developer and our lead dev. We have a couple more guys on the team which could make it. We will represent them too. So what is Juris? Juris is basically a decentralized lending protocol built on Terra Classic, allowing you to get over-collateralized loans. And the special thing about Juris is it's built by retail. It's not backed by VCs yet. And we hope to be able to self-fund further, or with the help of our community. Until now, we only funded everything through our pockets, our friends and family, or people in the community, which we are very proud of. Our test and release is imminent, and there is also going to be some other surprise in the presentation.
Yeah, I'm Till, and first, before we talk about the protocol itself, like how did I get to Luna Classic? It was more like I was back in the days when the DeFi stuff was still cool. I was invested in the Luna ecosystem at that time, and to admit, the first coin I ever bought was not ETC or it was not Ethereum, it was actually Luna. And yeah, I mean, it crashed 99%. And oops. Why? Because of Anchor, the protocol was absolutely like unsustainable. And so I was kind of embarrassing myself after the crash because I like was heavily invested. And yeah, when I saw that a new community was building around like Luna Classic, I kind of saw the opportunity together with other community members to do better than Anchor. That's why we did.
Okay, I think I will take this side. So I can split it up. I want to tell you guys about our protocol and the features. As some of you may know, Anchor protocol and the Terra Luna blockchain were loved by retail because of its simplicity, not in the tech, but the UI and UX was simple to use. It was also beautiful. Also, people like the UI very much. And for us, at Juris, we tried to bring this to the next level by merging what Anchor and Luna did very well in terms of UI, but also combining it with enterprise-grade branding and UI. And for this, we found some very professional guy in our Terra Luna Classic community. So that's the great thing when you have a broken chain, but lots of people that flooded to buy in. We have lots of talent. One of these guys is here with us. It's David Skin. The results speak for themselves. So you can see the platform UI, the UX, and just take a look at some of the pages of the protocol. And very soon we will be live on testnet, and you can play around with the protocol, look at the UI, and test things out.
Now I want to talk about some competitive features that we have in Juris Protocol. Anchor uploaded because of the unsustainable yield. And of course we can fix that. Like, Juris Protocol is actually developed from scratch. So there's like no forking of Anchor or something like that. And of course we fixed the yield. Of course being driven by market forces like demand and supply and demand for borrowing and lending. And on top of that, we implemented some very unique features that we figured are pretty unique in the lending space. With Juris Protocol, you will be able to have multiple margin accounts, all managed from the same Terra wallet. With each of these wallets, you will be able to lend to borrow funds against a basket of collateral cryptocurrencies. You will be able to run net zero borrowing strategies. You will have access to the Luna DeFi, and you will not only have access, but only you will be shaping the DeFi environment in Terra Classic. Yeah, in terms of our roadmap, we kind of started actually as a meme. We were the wake of meme. We were built around the judge that handled the TFL case, and with that, we kind of, you could say, gathered a community around us, the Luna Classic community, and with best practices and transparency, we kind of gathered with acceptance. And then we got sued by the judge himself. We got a cease and desist letter, and that forced us to put on lawsuits and be a little bit more professional. And I mean, we had that protocol already in mind when we made Ray Company. And yeah, that was basically the way forward for us. Testnet launch is now imminent. And yeah, and you see from the roadmap that there's actually, there will be pretty much opportunities to blame Prague for the testnet delays, for the CEX listing delays, and for the major deal.
All right, so I have to tell you guys something I forgot to mention on the first slide of the presentation when I introduced Till. Blame Frank is like running in our community. So Till, aka Frank on Twitter, our community always likes to blame him for everything that goes wrong. If we have delays, if we have anything that doesn't work out as expected, they always blame Frank. And even if it's something that's totally unrelated to us, to Juris, to Till himself, we will still blame him. And speaking of blaming and delays, we are a little bit short on time for the testnet launch, but we do our best to deliver. And today we are also going to release our website, which is live right now. The community has been waiting for it all check the website also, jurisprotocol.com, and you can see some of David's beautiful work. Other than that, we're very proud. He already mentioned some of the history of the meme and how we started out. One of the main reasons was actually funding, because it's very hard to attract funding on the broker chain, right? And if people think that there is no serious building going on, there's only fighting and stuff, it's hard to attract funds. That's why we went for the legal launch route, then build the project further, and now we're here. Till now, everything is self-funded. We can launch in mainnet even without further funding, but it's still possible to reach out if you're interested, if you know people that want to spend serious money, investments, if you know VCs, if you know, say, people with heavy bags that might be interested in some venture capital investment. We're also open for it. We have some people that already reached out, so it's also limited, but feel free to reach out if you have interest. And on the slide, you can see some of the expected investment that we need in total to really take it to the next level, like have proper liquidity in the pools when we launch. We already have a CX listing coming with weeks, pretty big exchange. Deals are signed, everything is there, they already announced it, but we're waiting for our own mainnet launch and then go to the exchange. And go to the next slide. We also have some financial projections for investors, like how much TVL we expect in the first year and how much revenue the protocol itself makes on it. What's probably more interesting for all of our community and maybe new holders or investors is how we're going to use the revenue of the protocol. And our revenue model is that 50% of the total protocol revenue is going to be shared with people who own and stake Juris token, which gives them voting power and the governance module and so on. 50% of the funds are basically donated to Terra Classic blockchain by us voluntarily, because we think if you are an L2 on a broker chain, then you should also give something back. And we basically voluntarily tax ourselves. So 15%, 7.5% goes to the Oracle pool, because we like deflationary coins and blockchains. And we do not like to inflate Terra Classic supply further, so we want to fund the Oracle pool and the community pool with our own funds and revenue, hopefully from the protocol. And the remaining 35% is going to the yet to be established Juris Protocol DAO. And those funds are then going to be used to either fund development, maybe pay team members, and also buyback and burn our token, which we already do using our Terra Classic validator. You can also stay luck with us, support the project by giving us more voting power on chain. If you want changes, if we need updates, then it's easy for us and gives us some additional funding. Although right now we use all of our validated commission from the blockchain to also buy back and burn our token.
Investors, like the Juris protocol was funded with a private investor round, and they gave us money, and they gave us the trust that we handle the money correctly. And that's why we are wanting to do all the due diligence as possible, the best practices, and we want to build Juris protocol by the highest standards. And that's why we decided to go with Solidproof as an audit platform. Solidproof is actually the auditor that is well known and well respected in the Terra Classic community, and they are also like governance approved in some way. And also, like with the node infrastructure, we are going with Hexagon, which is also a well-known actor in the Terra Classic community. So we are going to the end of the presentation. And if you don't own any Juris by now, you can go and head out to Terraform.finance. That's the decentralized exchange, Terra Classic, the biggest, where we are listed. And after the mainnet launch, we will also list with Weeks Exchange, which will not only list Juris protocol as token, but also the Terra Classic as chain.
So, coming to the end of the presentation, what we would like to say is that Juris is mainly not about quick profits. Maybe it's surprising to some in crypto that you can also build something with sustainability and long-term commitment in mind. We are really committed to Terra Classic and to Juris protocol and the blockchain community. We want to be here for at least 2, 3, 5 years. Make the protocol as big as possible, grow our chain back to where it was, the top 10 chain, 100 billion market cap, all the protocols, the stablecoin that was the Terra Luna. And if we, if we can continue to grow like we did in the past year, I think we're on a good track. And basically, I would be very happy to be able to say next year that we were able to retire DJ Trev. He's a YouTuber and he supported us from the very beginning. He's a small guy, you can go and support him. He's also running it from our community, #RetireTrev. That's our first goal, and hopefully next year after mainnet we can make it together. Thanks for listening, and if you guys want some of these t-shirts, feel free to just come to our table, ask for t-shirts. We've got plenty of them, you can all have one. Take one for your, I don't know, daughter, son, if you like to. And thanks for listening.
Thank you. Feel free to ask any questions, of course.
Considering that Luna Classic has like controversial history, how are you guys going to motivate people from outside of this ecosystem to start using your application?
I mean, we are not like the Juris branding is not actually about Luna Classic. It's like we are supporting Luna Classic because we are protecting ourselves with Luna Classic, and we expect like users to mainly invest or use our dApp. Terra Classic. Terra Classic is the underlying infrastructure, and with this, use Terra Classic automatically when you use our.
And I have also one question. Guys, are you mainly on station wallet, or you also will work with Kepler and Leap wallets?
Oh yeah, that's a good question actually, which allows me to share our partners Hexagon. So Hexagon is our infrastructure provider. They're also Terra Classic OGs. They joined us in the crash. They also funded the company and they provide a wallet for Terra Classic. There's Hexagon wallet. There's also another one, Langdash is also there. You can use Kepler wallet as a fallback option. And you can also use Cosmos Station. And your question was about Terra Station, right? Terra Station?
Cosmos Station, we already mentioned that, but it will be.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions from anyone in the audience? No? Guess then we are good. I'm sorry?
What are your plans on building out Luna Classic?
Why are we building on Luna Classic? Because it has the best community ever. It's full of retail guys. They all want to get rich. Best place to be, I can tell you. Just look at the Twitter engagement.
Thank you.
Totally agree. The community that still exists even after all economical crises and disasters and still exists, this is the showing the strongest of the community. Thank you, Unit Protocol. This is so cool and nice. Friends, now we have very short break and after will be validators panel. So, validators, be prepared because this is the biggest panel. And it will be a lot of interesting talks. And moreover, this panel will not have any moderator because validators can moderate themselves. Validators don't need moderators. Every validator moderator by himself. One, two, three, four. Check, check, check. Friends, looks like you need to take the chairs and move it from that side to this side. But this is the beautifulness of the Interchain Summit. Please move the chairs as you wish. You can replace everything. You can do here whatever you want because this is your decentralized and distributed home for 2 days. And this is so cool and amazing to have the working power. And let's replace everything. We have not, so we don't share microphones because we have only 4 of them. So, friends, one more time, I want to tell thank you for your work. And this is the validators panel, and after will be food break. So this is the one more reason to listen this panel to the end. And today we will speak about the role of the validators in the interchain now and in future, and what we plan to do. And today a lot of cool validators. And first we have Gleb. I think it's in English. It's Gleb, the right native. He from Celestia. He is head of blockchain development. Founding engineer. I saw the founding engineer. Jakub Venetian, validator, notional, core Cosmos contributor, and legend of Cosmos. your team from the Block Hunters, and Block Hunters also our media partners, and now everything is what we can see online, all because of that. So chain tools, one of the most coolest tech validators that solve so many problems in so many chains. Demos from Stakesito, and Stakesito is also very legend validator from the Cosmos ecosystem. Of course, it's branded from the Whisper nodes. You can know him a lot about Secret Network, but not only about Secret Network, also here now in Flip site. And I'm Vladi from Human. Thank you very much. So I think it will be cool to start maybe from Philip from Celestia, because they run the new modular blockchain, and they have a lot of interesting updates for the validators, because they have not only common security layers, they also have data layers, and also they have light nodes. And what Celestia see as the validator roles, because you are also waiting for not only for the full node validators, but also for light node validators, and looks like light node validator can be any person. So what is the vision of Celestia about future validation of the modular blockchains?
Okay, so Celestia's understanding of what validator is simple. Validator is an entity that provides infrastructure for the blockchains. That's this entity that runs and provides resources, that does good for the network and gets incentivized for the good that it does, which is also in par with what is Cosmos and Interchain generally think about validators. However, there's one key difference between our understanding of validators and the Cosmos. We want to make sure that validators are verified. Currently, when you as a user interact with the Cosmos, you have to trust that validator, that it performs his responsibility. But in case of Celestia, we want to make sure that every single thing that validator does is verified, so it's trust minimized. And that's what Celestia brings into the table, to the Interchain, in regards to validators. Anyone has comments or questions?
Yeah, friends, if you agree, this is normal, but if you disagree, tell your positive, feel free to tell it without any permissions. Which number of this microphone? Number, sorry.
While we do that, I want to add one more point. Like currently, validators verify themselves. The validators verify each other, but then nothing stops validators from colluding together and trying to fuck up the users of the system. It's not as hard to collude for 100 validators, which is sort of like an approximate number of nodes that Cosmos have. So the goal is to make sure that users can keep this group of validators accountable, even if they collude. That would be the.
This is number one.
Oh, now this work. Very good.
Yeah, so basically that's why you're starting another foundation.
Maybe more near to your.
So that's why you're starting a new foundation delegation program for Celestia, because you have some issues with the current validators.
No, this is a different question. What I'm explaining is more on the technical side. So the protocol itself fundamentally is designed so that you can verify the activity of validators. The delegation program is a separate incentive mechanism to attract certain validators with certain qualities to join and participate in the network. It's a bit tangential.
Okay, thanks.
So by verification, you mean that will be automated verification, what validator does as a service, or what do you mean by verification?
That's a good question. So there's certain functionality that blockchain is providing for you. And you basically in the core you verify what is being computed, state of the chain, right? And you want to make sure that this state is verified. And there are like two main ways you can do that. You can either do it with ZK proofs, which gives you the mathematical proof that certain computation was correct. Or you can have like a fraud-proof system, which you optimistically just trust the system, and then someone can verify and point and tell everyone, hey, there's a certain fraud that happened here. And in that case, you react socially, or you maybe do automatic rollback of this state and you would do something different. So this is like one part of the verification that gets verified. The other part is this data availability that we're kind of like talking about, and this is it's hard to explain, but basically the idea is that in order for certain computation to be correct, you need to make sure that the data itself, or the data can be downloaded for someone to verify. So these two things are the actual ability to get the data and then compute something out of data is these two verification or principles that we require. It's hard to grasp, I know, but validators get. So Brandon, you have something to.
Does this one work? I think it's interesting, and I think it's kind of in line with what we're seeing in the space. We're seeing a lot of networks move to proof of authority now. There's the new proof of authority module. We're also seeing like validator sets at launches go to like 10 or 20 validators. And oftentimes these are the biggest investors in the project, or they bring some strategic alignment to the table, whether it be like exchange listings or whatnot. So it seems like, fortunately or unfortunately, and maybe this is a good topic for discussion though, we started these decentralized networks, and like Ethereum, there's thousands of Ethereum nodes, and it seems like we've kind of gotten away from that ideal of decentralization, and we're trying to find like what is sufficiently decentralized.
So if you start on an example of the Whisper node, so how we understand that in the past it was more profitable and so on. So what's your plans for, like, what's your situation for now, and what's your plans for the future as the Whisper node validator?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's getting harder and harder for kind of grassroots, community-based validators to have a viable business in the space. When we first, launched Cosmos and the early networks in 2020, 2021, not many people were doing this. Not many people knew how to run a validator. Now it's kind of become commoditized, and unless you're providing that investment, you have a VC arm behind you, or you have some sort of significant way to add value, it's going to be really hard for small companies, and I think we're going to see buyouts, mergers and acquisitions of smaller validator companies. I myself went that way with Whispernode. Behind the scenes, there was kind of an M&A. It had varying levels of success, but I still plan on being involved when I can, just more in a community and less on like this is my main business.
Yes, and Leos, with the stake Cito, how you will take these deals? Because like a lot of networks was kind of profitable, and now a lot of networks really not profitable, but you still validate them. And, so what's your plans for the near future?
And I agree with you, Brandon. It's becoming tougher and tougher, especially in markets like this. We do see actually like a lot of chains that are onboarding more and more institutional validators. Obviously, they bring like a huge network, other services, and so on. So community roots validators have a difficult time, including us, I would say. And you have to get really creative nowadays, I think, and really provide some added value to different chains. And I think for us, or for many validators, it's like 20% of the largest chains financing the other 80% of the chains that we are validating, which means most of the chains that we are validating are not profitable. And now we see even developments. I don't know if you guys have seen the recent announcement of Saga. Saga kind of wants to get rid of their inflation completely. So basically, validators will earn zero, and they can just simply apply for special grants later down the road. And, you know, just developments like this, you always think like, how are we going to survive?
Yeah, I think that nowadays it's very utopic for the network to actually have a decentralized chain with the validators. One, because most of the validators are running the same double server. Even if they have their own data center and it's very well distributed, maybe like Mona's wet dream, that they have a very distributed set, even that is very hard to sustain, and validators actually have in mind. So at the end of the day, the thesis is simple, don't just be a validator. You have to be into the production, like you guys are doing, and doing very well. Before we actually started, do investments, but what are you going to do when you do investments and the investments are down? You're not getting paid shit on the chain because the chain is down only and everything is down only. And what are you going to do when you do a lot of media production and you do co-marketing for a chain and public goods like RPCs with us for 2 years and you don't get like nothing. And you don't even get selected like a Genesis validator. And I think it's our duty at the end of the day as validators, like small to medium validators, to actually impose some rules, actually have some business agreements, actually have contracts and have some rules, because it's been Wild West and everybody's okay with that 1 5% commission and working for free just to get a spot and go get a spot. So I think at the end of the day, we have to be the voice and tell the networks, no, we're not going to just do 2 years of work and after. For example, Babylon, we've been on tested on Babylon for 2 years. That's a lot, you know. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. Validators need to unite. We do beautiful things together, but we have to start and say no to the networks because we expect the worst.
This is very interesting. Chain tools, what's your situation and what's your vision on this?
I see this slightly different because a lot of chains is moving towards more businessy model. You have to do KYC, you need to prove some ability to run this. Because yeah, I've seen also like people running validators and they were asking me on Discord, dude, I just put the server, how I connect to it? I'm like, what the? Really? And these are people who, by the way, got Genesis validators in Celestia. They were asking me first on Discord how to log into the server, then they were throwing my scripts to Discord like, oh guys, I just came up with this. Yeah, fine. That era goes away really, because really more chains is actually doing KYCs, right? We see that with Data One, we see that with Kisser, we see that with Provenance. First you need to authenticate yourself who you are, not a random dude on Discord that, oh, I just wanted the server because before I was actually doing some other stuff. Now I become a crypto master. And then we move towards that direction. You will have to provide a track record of your technical abilities in the first place. Track record of you as a validator, not only because as basically you mentioned, we're not doing only validation. We're running relayers, we're running RPC endpoints, we're running snapshots, we're running multiple services behind the scenes. It's not only like, oh, I just ping the server, I'm just signing bots and caching out like big bucks always. It's not like that. It's validator is most visible, but the smallest piece usually in terms of resources and the time consumption in the end. So that will be moving towards this more businessy model, because we can see small projects built by some kind of cool team who thinks like, oh, we just want the crypto because we got this big idea, which is really copy paste of another thing. And then we got those businesses approaching it, okay, this is another shitty technology, we need to join this. And if you look at Provenance, for example, tokenizing the assets at the moment, they got this approach. Right? They don't even answer you the question how to become validated. If you ask.
This is interesting. And Jakob, you was one of the biggest validator mini chains, and what's with notional validator, and when will notional validator strike back?
Well, you'll find out tomorrow. But it's 4 p.m. talk. I'll get into that. But actually, wanted to dovetail on what some of the other guys are saying. I think that it's fine to work for free if you agree to work for free. And so Cosmos validator sets should probably drive around 400. Because the real reason is you want to have a recruiting pipeline. You want to have that engagement. So like, even if it's a long tail, well, okay, so if the big guys choose to also like run double nodes, you can figure that out. And then maybe the big guys aren't big anymore, right? And also, well, I got involved in validation with the Osmosis Genesis. I was invited to it. I was actually a little bit late with my TX, but luckily they decided to start a business and that delayed their launch by 3 days. And you know, here we are now. It really was that late and haphazard. And actually, that wallet has a funny story. But we'll get into that tomorrow. That's not all. So, let's make validator sets bigger. The sunglasses are for a concussion, and thank you so much.
But I remember you guys at Celestial, you did QIC, right? Yeah, every time, I mean, it's kind of a standard to do actually QIB. So we actually need to show them that you have a business. You give them all the documents up, not
So, as I understand, one of the most in this topic, or like most important topic, it's about some kind of the regulation between of the relationship between validators and networks, the teams and foundations. And second, it's about the active set. Do we need to make it smaller? Do we need to make it bigger? Also, one topic is about coming of the very big validators like the Google Cloud, for example, Telecom, also some corporations that can bring to the network some big benefits, and these networks will, of course, choose like Google Cloud as the validator more than some small validator that may be. So maybe let's start maybe from again from
just a second, and even media companies like content start running nodes of what.
Also, so let's start from you again. And how do you think, is it the full list of the pay of the validators, or do you have something more to add to this list?
Yeah, no, I mean, we've seen those companies that you've mentioned come in and kick validators out of the set that were there since Genesis. You know, our friends over at Injective, for example, you know, Google Cloud, I saw them come in, some other big corporations now. I think that also goes hand in hand with like regulatory, you know, things like the Genius Act being passed and having a crypto-friendly administration in the US. You know, it used to be that networks would want this set of like community validators. They didn't necessarily want to know who they were. They wanted to be sufficiently decentralized so the SEC wouldn't come after them, right? Now we're seeing the regulations are more friendly, so these things that we were worried about in the past, they're no longer concerns. And that's where I think we're seeing the shift to more validator sets that are real businesses. They're doing KYB, there's proof of authority, and these bigger corporations now are getting involved as well.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And it's getting more and more challenging, obviously, as you said, with Injective, as we have seen. I mean, we also almost dropped out of the set, like last spot right now. And yeah, I don't know. We unfortunately see this trend towards smaller sets. I think one of the reasons is like to make the chain faster, to save on costs, and so on and so forth. But we small community validators, we kind of make those famous. We supported the chains a lot. We made them famous in a way, right? We produced content and all that. And now they're kind of kicking us out. But I mean, I think we have seen this coming. I mean, the institutional players, it's like you cannot stop this development, I think. And we just need to see how it plays out and be very creative ourselves. And, yeah, hopefully there will be more chains that support the spirit of decentralization.
Well, that's for sure. Big players will come because they want to make money. Yeah? You got financial institutions entering that space. It will go mainstream. It was still not mainstream. It didn't touch the street. People did not get engaged. You will get all the funds like pension funds and all this to rely on. We will not avoid that. One thing to do, you got delegation programs for smaller validators from the foundation, from the project. But another thing is, people still have ability to choose validator they delegate. Why not to make it transparent? We distribute actually delegation from people evenly across the smaller validators. We avoid validators from, let's say, top 15 or top 20, and all the delegations from people going through the filter equally distributed across the rest of it. That's one of the solutions. Because the big ones you will not avoid. You will not actually take out of the money like $100 million to buy some tokens just to stay in the active state. That's not possible. And actually chains getting this amount of money. If you look at the announcements, FHI, how much money they got from the different institutions, and stuff like that. That's something we will notice. But that should be a mechanism which allows actually distribute that even. Because that is still missing. That is still missing. And I can convince people, delegate to me, fine. You can still convince people, but we can still put people somewhere at the end. They could actually figure out.
So I think that this is a train that is not going to stop. If you don't adapt, you're going to die. It's very simple. I mean, putting yourself in the shoes like Google Cloud, you're probably, I don't know if they're doing investments or something like that. They have the possibility to do like a big chunk of seed investments, actually put up those tokens that are blocked to stake their validator. You don't have that much power. You don't have that much bandwidth. You're never going to have. So you need to find other creative ways to attract delegators to maybe you yourself go to institutions and get yourself certifications, stake with me. Why is it better to stake with me than maybe Lugano's or your stake? But you need to find something that you really can differentiate yourself, because that's what's the problem with all the validators. All the validators do the same thing. So now it's adapt or die. So who's going to play the institutions game and attract those big players is going to win.
Jacob?
All right, I have, I don't know, maybe a controversial or an interesting opinion. I think that works neat both. I think that, like, if we look at T-Mobile, if we look at Google Cloud, this brings a ton of value. I've prototyped ways to hit 400 nodes easily without, okay, as we grow the validator set, the network traffic increases exponentially. But there are ways to manage that, and we really should, because, okay, Osmosis has it right with fast blocks. Osmosis knows they have it wrong with a small set. They want a large set, but they want a good user experience. So it absolutely makes sense for now to have a small set. I'm not like criticize that, but I mean, if we were going to do something like Rework Juno or Luna Classic, or Merge Juno and Luna Classic, or Merge Juno and Luna Classic and Picasso, what you would want to do, you build a really large validator set, and you tune the thing to make blocks absolutely as fast as possible. At the beginning, it's going to be an observability challenge, right? You need to see, okay, our validators missing blocks. How much bandwidth are we consuming? How do we reduce that? And so that's my take on it. I'm sad to see validator sets shrinking right now. I'm also sad, but like whatever about proof of authority. But whatever take here is like, guys, Nopal's really cool. It's good. They brought USDC to Cosmos at scale. Is USDC like, well, almost a product of the US federal government policy? Yes. But it's a vast injection of liquidity, and they're very good at building stable coins. So are proof of authority networks going to happen? Yeah, because validators accrue a reputation over time, and the highest reputation validators are regulated these proof of authority networks, or companies like T-Mobile or Google already have huge existing reputations and capital and can bring that to the network. And I don't think we can or should stop it from happening. But I think everybody should remember that we built Cosmos with the intention of scaling validator sets to 10,000. See that? That's the max validator set size. It doesn't work. But, you know, it would be really neat if we could make it work, right? Because our networks are very secure with 100 validators, provided that they're not too top heavy. If 1/3 of delegated state goes offline, then the network goes offline. So that's like seriously a problem. The delegated state thing, it maps to like individual validators. And yes, this was a problem in the Classic, for example. Like during the exploit, I know I say that kind of controversially, but like, yeah, the Classic was definitely exploited by somebody. Also, the protocol was dangerous as hell, okay? So it's both, and I can't like absolve any party of blame here, but that was a hack, guys. And it was a hack that was enabled by being able to take out the network. Specifically, it was a Cosmos contract migrate transaction. The problem could have been solved with greater auditing and testing, and I built a tool for that, actually, to test mainnets, because in Cosmos we have a serious problem. Test networks outperform mainnets dramatically. In fact, it's an exponential drop-off in performance on mainnets as state grows. And for example, Juno experienced some sort of weird performance problem because we've been making a block. What are the guys, every two seconds, Reese?
Yeah.
Yeah? Hell yeah. Good work. Thank you. Like that's really cool. And now I want to do it with like 400 or 1,000 validators, you know, and really push those limits. So fast block's good. Also, large validator set's good. Thank you so much.
And the Celeste not really affected of the performance compared to the amount of the validators. Yes, and of course Celeste wants to see Google Cloud as the validator, I think, or no. And once this, maybe you don't know full the position, but from the side of the engineer and so on, and the perspective of Celeste.
Bring a bit of a perspective on, like, I'm a validator myself. Also, like an engineer in Celestia, I kind of understand the crypto generally. And I like have this question to you guys that I cannot answer myself. Why do we need more validators?
Basically for engagement. We need more validators because that's where you get new validators from. That's where you get innovation from. There's going to be a long tail that might kind of be not so helpful, right?
But you see there's like a vicious cycle there. Like, the more validators you bring, the more complex the protocol becomes. Like, you have, in order for you to scale this insane amount of validators, you just have to like, you bring validators that maybe create innovation, but you also create complexity that you need to solve them. Why couldn't you just make a system that still has like 100 validators, but it can still scale to all the applications? Like, why couldn't you make like a, I'm not going to bring the names, but you can technically make a blockchain that will have 100, maybe like 500 validators that could scale all the world. And it will be much, much simpler to do that instead of like scaling it to 1,000 validators. And that's like an engineering merit that I would like to bring here. That I see that like this trade, as you said, that is these institutions are coming, the prevalency of validators is going down, and I feel like this isn't gonna stop. Like, validators are slowly going extinct, and there's gonna be less and less, and only the most powerful will survive. This is like a tension that is out there, and I don't see why would it stop. Like,
I agree with you actually, which is really interesting. So I think you're completely right, and that like there is going to be a lot of validator consolidation, and I think that there was a lot of like irresponsible activity in validation. But despite that, with a larger validator set, you get that meaningful decentralization. And I know like Celeste is really about that. Like your team has shown that you really care about actual decentralization?
We care about pragmatic decentralization. And I'll have to give you the explanation here. What do I mean by pragmatic?
Okay.
The pragmatism here comes is that you don't want to decentralize in the way that you just make as many decentralized like validators as possible. You don't want millions of validators. Like it's not the goal. The goal is to have a very pragmatic set of like entities that provide the infrastructure for the network that are accountable. That I, as a user, can come and okay, if it's 5, 10, 100, maybe 1,000 of entities that are providing this infrastructure, like I, as a user, don't really care how many of them are. I just want to care as a blockchain system. I want to care that these set of actors that giving me infrastructure, they are doing the right thing for me, and they don't try to like fuck me up for whatever reason. That's like the idea. And you can build a system without having like thousands, millions of validators, just like freezing the validator set.
Millions, I don't know, millions would be cool, right? But basically you would have to have validators on mobile.
What's the difference between, yeah, that's possible.
It is, and like, so, I don't know, that's a cool possible direction, and really Celestia kind of does this already with the like-minded validation. And maybe that's a future for validation. So it's funny because I actually agree with everything you're saying.
It's basically you, like currently this decentralization ethos is about me as a user delegating the validating service to some entity. You want to have, oh, because I cannot do it, the validation myself in my device, I delegate the validation to someone else in the network doing that for me. And then let's make it up as many as possible so that they can like cross-check each other. But the other solution to this problem is, why do you want to delegate the validation if you can just do it from your mobile phone?
I use Believer. I use Believer good. It's really good.
Let's give the Brendan word.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to that sufficient decentralization point, and also the regulation that I was talking about. It's like we're seeing that trend because of the changes in regulation, and what is that threshold that's like sufficiently decentralized? If you only have 10 validators, obviously it's a lot easier for 3 or 4 of them to collude. Not that they're going to, because they may be known entities or you have KYB on them, but there's a risk there. Whether that is malicious or not malicious. If we look at like Solana, for example, even the clients that they're running, like 60-something% of their clients run Jito, and if Jito goes down, like they can't even land a transaction on chain. Like the chain might be out, but it's not landing transactions. So I think there's just a balance of like, what is this sufficient level of decentralization, and how do we find that?
I agree. It's all about balance at the end of the day.
I think Jacob's point is a little bit also like, sort of the more nodes you have, the more validators you have, the more community, and all of it builds on top of it.
I became a developer
because we are working very hard, right? Like as validators usually, so.
Yeah.
So in this, I think we need more good validators. So every validator brings some value. So exist validators that don't bring value, they just take the rewards and tell them. And exist validators that get the rewards, part of them they sell to pay for infrastructure. But for the part they provide blog explorers, RPCs, developing communities, so on, so on. This is good validators. We need more good validators, and we need less validators that dumping our tokens. In this case, if network will be made of only good validators, it will it always will grow up in price.
I think before validators dump tokens, VCs dump tokens. We are the last ones that actually dump tokens.
But we already get some conclusions that the validators need to be VCs.
Okay, so validators shouldn't really be afraid to spend responsibly. And also, I think networks more or less should not guarantee validator income. They should actually look for the outliers who are providing the most value. But it's about barriers to entry. We actually want the barrier to entry to validation to be really, really low. So that some kid somewhere, like, I don't know, some 16-year-old, right? can set up a node and learn to validate, and then he may become, your next huge value provider. So it's also a little bit of a recruiting hack too.
Jacob, I'm not gonna lie, I was probably that kid. I learned a lot from you and other validators in the space. I did not know what I was doing back in 2020. I would just.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys something if you think it's possible. I know you tries to do something like this. Do you think it's possible for networks at some point to pay validators as stablecoins?
It doesn't do IDX.
Yeah, but that's revenue share.
Okay. So then the answer I would say is basically no, because okay, look at USD. Because when I talk about like the Luna Classic thing being an attack, I'm not defending that protocol. I'm saying that protocol was hacked to hell. And I don't know, to some degree I might be defending like the TFL crew because they didn't blow it up. But also, you do have to keep in mind that they did create a situation where it could be blown up. At least, I should say, they could have anonymously blown it up, and I don't know it, right? But like, I really checked a lot, so I don't think they did. And okay, about paying validators in stablecoins, you could actually, like, you could make a governance proposal and it'd be like all the validators get $1,000 a month, and it's not super unreasonable. It depends on the type of network, right? And a lot of other things. I think currently Noble is still no pay. And I think that's actually fine for their configuration. But if I'm wrong, let me know. I haven't validated them a little bit.
So for me, it's interesting. Yes, as the validators, we can have the proposal to be part of the community pool to the validators, and all validators do all. Yes.
They would, and like, so that's a serious conflict of interest too. I would like to see the governance decoupled from validation fully. I would say that we tried the representative model. It didn't really work, and what I'd like to see is actually where any user can be somebody who assigns other users delegations and earns from it. Some people call this like a governator. I don't care what name you give it, but basically, existing validators, some of them are really good at governance and make great choices for networks. They probably should continue to do governance, and some of them really don't do very well with it at all, and probably should not continue to do governance.
Yeah, and they don't care about governance, that's the issue.
Dude, that's absolutely right. And the ones who don't care, it's just not even in their business model. At Notional, we had Lipit, and he did our governance like full time, and it really was a difficult full-time job. He had to pay attention to every governance proposal on every network that we validated, and it was a ton of work. Validators who actually have a role like that probably should be involved in governance. I'd like to think we did a good job. There are a few votes where I think we failed massively, particularly the recent introduction of Cosmos on Cosmos Hub. We just got it wrong, right? But part of doing good at validation is like, if you get something wrong, just say so, and change your future actions, right? You can't get every vote right. You can't make every major decision right. So just constantly try and improve.
But realistically, how do you think a small validator can do everything? So we can do the technical side, the marketing side, the investment side, the government side, with a team of 5 to 6 members. How can you realistically do for 40 plus networks? And for some of them, you don't even get paid.
So it depends on the.
And also think about your treasury. When are you going to sell the tokens? Is the market dumping? Is it better to sell now? Is it better to sell 1 month later? Let's keep tokens. Let's dump tokens.
Huge decisions, right? And like really hard decisions actually, because you want to plan out the financial future of your business. So it generally, like what we would do is just bet on the strongest networks. We did not always bet correctly that way. And that is another cost. I guess what I'm actually saying, because it takes a miracle for a one-man team or a or 6-man team or woman team to actually pull that off, right?
Off topic, is pork actually one-man person? One-man team?
Is what?
One-man team?
Yes.
Pork actually?
Yes, he is hero. Well, if you are watching us, you are hero. We think that you are so absolutely hero. So, friends, our time is come to the end, and let's something like a call to action or some message for people who are today with us and who watching us online. Let's start from Liv, and we will finish on this.
So, I'll be very pessimistic call to action, guys. Validators out there, you keep it strong. You have to survive. The market is going against you.
You're totally right. Get strong. The market is going against you, and what I would say to the networks is keep the barriers to entry low, because that's how you find your next fortune. In the case of Notional, like a low barrier to entry is what got the whole thing started. So
I'm not gonna say delegate to crowdfunders, but I'm gonna say delegate to community validators and developers that actually work.
I would say, don't wait, delegate.
I would just say, don't underestimate community validators.
Yeah, I agree with what everyone said here, and maybe I'll add, just think about the things we've talked about here, the difficulties in the business, difficulties in keeping up with governance. For small teams, it is almost impossible. So, if we get things wrong on a proposal or something like that, realize it's not because we don't care, we just maybe didn't have the time.
For all validators who will watching us, it's time to understand that validators, good validators, don't have conflicts of interest. Interest of the network is the interest of the validator. So good validators, we are in the one decentralized board, and if we will support each other, we will get much more than if we will try to have irrational competition. Thank you, friends. Thank you for being with us. And now for break.
thank you. Governance is the biggest conflict of interest, and we should fix it. Validators should vote for delegators.
Friends, I need like 3 or 4 volunteers to bring a lot of pizza here. Who wants to go to help me on stage?
I feel we should have gone more towards like a proof of work, maybe towards like voting. How much have you voted? Yes, you voted, so you can get more.
Yeah, so I feel like the council will be small. And on both sides, individuals who may or may not run
Do you want to find you in Discord?
Also, just like, say you got it? No, okay, wonderful. But, would you like to get paid potentially to represent others in the governance? You can do it. Oh, see, the software. Okay, so the software actually hasn't evolved to that level, but I do think it's the next evolution of this.
You built it.
Yeah, well, I gotta talk to ICL about it because we're a little centralized right now.
I think so. Oh yeah. I really do. Like with me, make the networks more accessible.
How do you suggest, you're suggesting, let's say, it's just hypothetical, $1 million validators. How do you not dilute the revenues of all these validators back into something? Do you need a node?
So like the way it's validators actually now there's
I would explain how I would.
La fel, ai văzut cum trebuie să aparat.
Da, mă. Hai, ia pe cineva.
Wonderful report. Friends, now we start the next part, second part of the first day. And now we will have several more presentations, one full panel, and after it will be after party. And after party, we will make even more networking. And now, friends, if you have a project, this project needs to be serious. Because some of the projects lose millions because they disrespect security of the project. And Jan is the person who can tell you how much projects lose because they disrespect security.
So I'm Jan from Open Security. With 52 people, we are auditing a lot of stuff since 2017, and with over 600 audits completed, 7,000 issues found with 52 people, and we work with all the big foundations, Web3 foundations, trusted partner of the Ethereum ecosystem, also trusted on the trusted auditor list of Solana, part of the Polkadot insurance legion, have audited Lido, Aztec, but mostly a lot of infrastructure and contracts in the Cosmos ecosystem. This includes the SDK itself and yeah, a lot of other things.
logos are here. And today I want to talk about something which was actually asked by Vladimir a couple of days ago in a podcast. He asked me, is Cosmos still secure? Like, we've designed blockchains with cutting-edge cryptography, and that are thought to be unbreakable, but we still have this question mark, right? Because in a way, we see this every day, right? So this is how like crypto news, it's rec.com, but this isn't crypto newspaper basically. Looks every day. This is from a couple of days ago. Basically, on this page alone, more than I think 500 million getting wrecked. Big part of that was Cetus. So what's wrong? Well, surprisingly, with all the security concerns on blockchains that we have on normal systems, we have like off-chain coded infrastructure. And then on top of that, we have smart contracts and key management, where like the keys get compromised and the smart contracts get hacked. And then we made the terrible mistake of empowering the user. I mean, how dumb are we? Right? So, I'll start with smart contract security. Like, smart contracts basically are publicly accessible, they hold value, so in the end, they are on-chain, and they are not all immutable, but they are not mutable in real time, typically. So, bug fixing really doesn't work. And this is why we have these typical timelines. Like a smart contract is deployed on a Tuesday evening, then Wednesday afternoon there's like half a billion in it. And what happens then? You know, by that time, you've just been a vibe coder, and suddenly you're an enterprise. Did your security scale? No, it didn't. Therefore, you discover that bug on Wednesday evening, and then on Thursday your price collapses. And we see these things too often, way too often. But when you look at the leaderboard, it is not the smart contracts that get hacked that lead to the worst kind of exploits. Like Bybit and Ronin are both, in a way, related to secrets management or key management. The Ronin network, and by the way, it's really funky for me that the top leader says Bybit. It doesn't say safe, right? Yeah, just a thought. So what can go wrong with key management? Well, you just manage keys, and keys are stolen, lost, and typically also privileged accounts get compromised. And this is because most teams lack strategies around key management. So, and what I mean with that is that you need a strategy for storing the key. So, for example, engraving it in a metal plate and putting it in a desert where nobody can find it is one strategy to store a key. Maybe not the best UX, but very secure. And then you need to think about usage. For example, I myself, I can't, even though I'm the managing director of the company, I cannot sign anything because I don't need to. Like when I'm on a conference and talking about why you're getting wrecked, I don't want to get wrecked. And so you need a system that not only makes sure that you can sign, but also that the signing process as such is secure. And then you need to log that and make sure that you can, if there was an incident or if something went wrong, you can kind of do forensics afterwards. Last point, sorry. And you obviously need a policy to issue new keys and revoke them once they get compromised. Yeah, on the blockchain code, I don't want to comment so much, but like as I already said, you have basically the
yeah, omnipresent. Like recently there was a fault in the Linux kernel detected, actually with an LLM, which is kind of, yeah, kind of shows how advanced those tools are for hackers. So anybody who thinks that now is the time to scale down security operations because there are LLMs, maybe it's time to scale up security operations because there are LLMs. Just saying, like, both sides are not only the defender is using LLMs to hack stuff. And then I think Balancer is a very good example because Balancer did kind of everything right on the smart contract side, the key management side, but their DNS was hijacked. So that means somebody social engineered an attack on the telecom provider. And that meant that the Balancer website redirected to a malicious instance. And users got then tricked into signing a malicious transaction. You know, and these things might happen to you once your protocol grows to a relevant size. And operational security measures, such as monitoring your website, running tests every day, every minute, can prevent these things. What do you have to think about? Same is true for node software and APIs. You should have measures in place to constantly test this. Yeah, just maybe skipping the malicious slide, but I want to talk about, like, really the fact that humans in the loop are generally not good at it. Okay? So if you have humans in the loop, like, the tendency is that, like, humans are lazy, they are irrational, and they have, like, more or less non-deterministic behavior. So, for example, today I was supposed to speak at 4:20, great time by the way, but it didn't work out, so now I speak now. But not bad. Stupid example, but you know what I mean. Like, you have these incidents where users just get tricked into signing random transaction using a stupid UI and then blame the project. For example, and this is something that we encountered on your assignment, and it just says, here's this MetaMask pop-up, and it says, hey, please actually go to a secret phase to connect your wallet, right? And just because it looks so cute, it's a MetaMask thing, we know it, people do this and they fall for it. And yeah, like, I think this example shows that in a way it's very stupid because we all know never share your secret phrase. But then this still works. Like, you know, it's a numbers game. At some point, you might be drunk or I don't know what to do, but yeah, you get into this, and some of you have their secret phrase. Obviously, it's a trade-off. Yeah, we cannot be super secure all the time during the seed phase in the desert. You have to train them off. But I just want to say, yeah, choose wisely, and also be aware of, like, supply chain attacks, for example, such as Viper incident, which basically targeted a whole language, right? So a framework. Viper is this framework that provides EVM, smart contracts, and there the reentrancy guard at the language level was broken. We wrote a function that said this thing is reentrancy safe, and then that wasn't the case. Everybody protected themselves against reentrancy with this function, but that meant they didn't use other tools to write reentrancy in safe code, and then a bunch of exploits happened. So, to finalize this, what are our lessons from 7 years of security auditing? The best teams, like, really keep it simple. Then audits might miss vulnerabilities, and you need more than audits to typically retainers don't work. We have an alternative model for that. And the most common issues are logical flaws, which is kind of not true, but still true. Couple words to that in a minute. So you have to realize that you're not YOLOing into, I don't know, a game or something, but you are building financial software. I'm a former central banker, and central bank is boring. And there's a good reason why it's boring, because you basically are controlling a little bit of the engine of the whole economy, right? And with smart contracts, maybe it's a little less, but still there might be billions in your smart contract. And for me, that means you need really to acquire some kind of domain expertise and slow down, keep it simple, specify, test, and really don't innovate too aggressively. And also maybe inform your community that you're embracing that mindset. I think that's really important, especially now where crypto gets a bit more mature. And the second point is very important, like audits might miss vulnerabilities. So audits are no guarantee and no insurance. Like there's this Swiss cheese model, and audits are one layer within like a multi-layer pack of Swiss cheese, and we hope that nothing slips through. And if you put a lot of layers on top, you can make sure that you don't see the bread. But yeah, still be careful on the other end. What can you do? Specify, document, simplify. Then in the development phase, obviously, there are a lot of things. Supply chain management, high test coverage, only a couple of them. Deployment process, don't let your intern deploy don't let the intern deploy the contract. And finally, during operation, there's bug bounties and rate limit surface breakers. Typically, here is cheap, this is expensive. Bug bounties are incredibly expensive. Yeah, slide on that. So, in order to have a few auditors, more time and like really deep reviews in contests and competitions, typically you get a couple of people that are very qualified to find one certain vulnerability that speed run the code. If you're lucky, maybe if a bigger company puts out another audit, there might be nobody on your contest. And then with bug bounties, you basically have to turn black hats into white hats, which doesn't work. Yeah, also on a snapshot basis, don't get on a retainer, maybe you get like audited every 4 weeks. We offer a credit-based model, which basically is disposable, when you need it, and that way we can also bring down costs and ease up scheduling. And yeah, the final point is that is really logical flaws that are maybe not the most common issues, but the most severe issues that you cannot find with other tools. For example, like now I've written tools about formal verification, which is a great tool, but in the end, if your code is wrong, or your formal verification model is wrong, this might still exist. So make sure that, and I think this is the issue that in the easiest way you avoid with basically specifying things, talking through things, doing peer reviews with your fellow developers, but make sure that like the logic of your code is really clean and clean. And this is how we can support you throughout all the phases. First of all, we can do design reviews, which are really cheap. We do a lot of things beyond audits. We do threat modeling, but also pen testing, fuzzing. We do consulting around
to release stuff for you. And now we've also onboarded top-tier projects such as DYDX into our operational security program. Yeah, where we see really a lot of pain in the industry. And yeah, check that out as well. Ready for knowledge, reach out as early as possible, typically with 48 weeks lead time. And you can prepare with like confirmed code reviews, static analysis, and increased guest coverage. That's it. Who's up next?
Thank you very much, Jan. Everybody have three kind of 5 minutes, or maybe no, or maybe yes, because our next speaker, Nicolas from Lunkwerks. Yes.
We're going to start with a video. And, well, my friend Vlad is opening this up for you guys. My name is Nicolas Goulet. It's a pleasure to be here representing Luna Classic for the first time in the Cosmos Interchain Summit. Not the last time, that is for sure. We're here because we wanted to make a statement to the world that we are here building constantly. We have been for the past 3 years since the crash. We have had difficulty trying to find our identity as a blockchain, but I can honestly say today that we have found that identity. That identity is the blockchain of the people, governed and ran by the people. Contrarily to Bitcoin, that is owned by no one, Lunk is owned by everyone. And this is what makes our strength. We are one of the first experiments of a global organization working together towards a common cause. Not even the Olympics regroup as many countries as the Luna Classic does. We have an enormous community that is stuck with us through thick and thin, and is still here. And like CZ Bynet said, the only way forward is building. There's no quick solution to success. Either get your hands in the dirt, get dirty, and move forward every single day. You know, destruction is loud, growth is silent. Just like a plant growing. It doesn't make a noise. It takes time. It brings you bountiful harvest. That's what we want.
Welcome to Next Gen Metaverse Experience, powered by Web3 infrastructure and engineered by Antier. Where blockchain innovation meets metaverse mastery, a new era begins. Explore over 40 interactive zones, banking, gaming, residential hubs, learning centers, and social arenas, all navigable via a dynamic metaverse map. Lukeverse provides the foundation. Antier engineers the experience. Together, we build the future of digital civilization. Seamless onboarding, AI-powered services, voice interaction, real-time customization, designed for immersive, secure, and intelligent interaction. The metaverse economy is accelerating, and Lukeverse is leading the charge in collaboration with trusted partner Antier. With deep expertise in blockchain, metaverse development, and Web3 architecture, Antier brings the scale, security, and innovation today's digital ecosystems demand. Discover a universe redefined by intelligence, design, and decentralized power. The future isn't coming, it's here. Lukeverse, where innovation takes form and the virtual becomes real.
Thank you very much. So I'm still going to tell you guys a bit about myself. I'm a finance major. I graduated at the University of Sherbrooke in Canada. In 2013, I was drafted in the Canadian Football League, where I played for 7 years. And in 2019, I retired and moved to the quiet farm life, where I discovered how to grow some food with no water. no irrigation system, no watering. And at that point, I was also starting to get involved in the crypto, and I figured, what's the fastest, most efficient way I can get my message out? And it's by leveraging blockchain technology. And what better than use than the blockchain of the people? Being a farmer and growing your own food is kind of like decentralization. Being able to provide for yourself without the need of anyone else. And this is kind of like what we strive to build with the Classic. So Food Token is a humanitarian project that funds farmers across the world to grow food. And we teach them our methods, and we have farmers from 7 countries in Africa at the moment being funded via Food Token. And then it led to my next project. Speaking of, Frag, who's here, is the one that actually built my token, Food Token, for us. And so you gotta blame Frag for this once again. And then after that, I decided to make a project that was more going to be focused on making money, because investors are here to make money. That's the reality, right? People invest in crypto because they want to make money. It's important to remember that at the end of the day. One of the ways as well we wanted to create something different was to create a meme that was burning in the Classic. So we did that for a whole year. We burned over 100 million with Cookie. Cookie is also leading the blockchain for the layer 2. Over 33,000 holders and 40 trading pools at one point that we had. We've had to close down some of our pools because of discontinued support for Wormhole. But we have bridged over many blockchains over to Lunk and bring this extra utility. The mindset behind Cookie was, we try to bring people up to Lunk, but my mindset was, let's go to their home and bring them in. Let's create new money, new investors to come to the Cosmos and discover what we do. So that's what we did, and it's also what we're going to be doing for Lungverse. And you're going to be asking, why are you telling me all this stuff about Cookie? What does this have to do with it? It's actually one of the primary utilities of Cookie is being the layer 2 token for Lungverse. Cookie is also a solution for us legal-wise moving forward, because the NFT owners of Lungverse are also owners of the metaverse. Just like Luna Classic, by owning Lunk, you own the chain. Well, by owning an NFT, you own the metaverse, and you'll be paid out in cookies, as well as the whole gamification part of Lungverse. Cookie's building protocols, is building NFT platforms, building a lot of stuff. Cookie is a powerhouse. Meme coin is the new era of meme coins. I like to say. So as we see, built on the Luna Classic blockchain, but we are going to be reaching out to all of the blockchains in the world, pretty much. Anybody who wants to join will be welcome to. One of the strengths of Lunk is that we're actually a very green blockchain. Bitcoin uses millions of computers to run their chain. We have 110 validators. So just that right there says a lot, but that's also the future of crypto, I believe, because we don't have the power source to be able to run these things on a more scalable way. Lunk gives us the opportunity to do that, and we also have 21 algorithm unstable coins that will be stable one day, I guarantee you. One of Lunk's problem is that we have a debt issue, but when you have a supply and demand, we want to eliminate supply. But another way to bring interest to Lunk is to raise the demand. We don't necessarily just need to burn. We can also raise the demand for Lunk. If there was 8 million users for Lunk, and there's 6 trillion tokens, we don't have enough tokens for everyone, right? So the mindset can be different. And what we wanted to build with Lungverse was fun. It was, not so hyper-focused on DeFi, not so focused on finance. So let's bring some fun to Lunk. Let's bring utility to Lunk. So that's what we're doing actively for you guys. So moving forward, we've been building with Antier Solutions since December. We reached out to them. We even sent a team member to their front steps to verify that they were legit in India. And then we started building from there. We are already launching testing phase beta in July. So we're like a month away from launching Lungverse. And September will be full deployment of beta. What's interesting is that even in beta, we have a fully functional metaverse. We can be in beta for a whole year if we want. But here you see, different utilities. Like this is the spawn area when you'll be able to go to the different places and teleport using these teleport locations. Down here is a casino, so we've made deals with casinos, Fiat and crypto casinos that are going to be fully integrated in Lumber, so you'll be able to go gamble some crypto or gamble some Fiat, do all that stuff. And one thing we wanted to add as well, it's very important for us to make the bridge between Web3 and Web2. I think it's the biggest challenge of any blockchain is like adoption, right? Like crypto adoption in everyday life. So we're hyper focused on doing this with Lumbers by striking deals with large companies, by incorporating on and off ramp functions for Lumbers. So we're going to have 6 providers, MoonPay and others, to be able to directly fund and skip crypto exchanges. Go directly from credit card to Lumbers and you're on chain like this. So this is what we're aiming at here in the gaming sector. There's the bank up here. We're out here talking to a bunch of people, and it's amazing how many connections we're gonna make. But this is the ability for anybody to market themselves. So Lumverse is a place for businesses to be seen. It's a place for them to do business and to be able to make more sales, for example. And this is kind of like the mentality we want to bring, but we also want to bring the fun. So we are bringing the gaming. So it's a mix of Decentraland, Sandbox, and then we've incorporated other fun things like ownership via NFTs. And the last thing we incorporate is a proof of movement mechanism. So everybody here's probably heard or played the little tapping game where you're tapping and you're collecting crypto, you're mining crypto. Well, what we want is the NFT owners to have the ability to, by just walking around Lumbers, to be mining crypto. We can incorporate any token bonding curve token within this concept, so people can choose the token they want to be mining. So this is very different, but it's, so we will be bringing the whole virtual world, 3D VR glasses into Lumbers. We are going to be bringing Fashion Street, where you'll be able to go and purchase clothes. We are going to be bringing large CEXs, where you'll be able to trade openly. We are going to be bringing in all these utilities for you guys. And the gaming, okay? So the gaming will be hyper-focused on a game called RuneScape. You guys all know? Yes. So an extremely immersive game that's an open world where you can harvest resources around the map, and then you can either sell them or transform them into other assets, for example, or sell them for cookies and buy a better sword to go take down a non-player character. So this is what we're building actively for all the exterior areas of the map will be the play area. So once again, crypto person, non-crypto person. Let's bring in the Lumbers. That's what we're trying to do. So you can log in on Lumbers right now using just Google, your email, Twitter, and we've added over 440 wallet connections options. And why this is good is that now any blockchain can take part in Lumbers. Anyone can, we haven't spoken with Stargaze. I don't know if you're here, Stargaze, but we're going to be putting NFTs on your platform. So just a heads up. But OpenSea and Magic Eden. These are all platforms that we are able to deploy some lands, and people, other blockchains will be able to take part in Lumbers. Same thing if you have a business. If you have a Web2 business, for example, a marketing agency, why not have a business line, for example, and sell your services with Lumbers? So these are just ideas I'm throwing out, but feel free to use them. So this is the map. The map is 17 by 17 kilometers wide, and contrary to other metaverse map, it is not a square or a rectangle or both. It is this beautiful concept. It is also a secret geometry logo called the Cube of Metatron, which was inspired by that. But so every sector here is either a business sector, a house, apartments, so there's different tiers of residential areas and different tiers of business areas. So let me just move forward. So here we go. So this is how we're split up. So you see the business areas are the orange and the purple over here. Residential areas over here. Sorry, we see it. And then the residential area is focused in the middle, and the spawn right here. Teleport locations, there will be 8 on the map. You will be able to teleport to every one of your NFTs, residential areas or business areas as well. So these will be extra teleport locations, and another reason to have multiple NFTs. The people ask us, why should I have more than one NFT? That's why. Okay. So multiple zones. Each zone has different amounts of land. So like even by sector, you have different rarities, right? So that becomes interesting as well as if you're an NFT shopper, because there are going to be some sectors going to be more in demand than others. So you see here the different types of NFTs. You have a small business line or a large business line, and entertainment is also a business line, but it's once again mostly hyper focused on entertainment. And then you have the 3 tiers of residential areas at the bottom. And then we move forward, and we broke it down all by for you guys already, so you don't have to do the homework. We already did it for you. You see all the distribution of NFTs for sectors, so you can already go and do your shopping. This is the apartment areas. This is the houses. So houses is the second tier, a little bit larger. The third one will be mansions. Mansions, which are here, and here. This area, there's a spot right here, spot 11. That's the spot. Right next to the business, the casino's right here. It's pretty cool, just saying. And then the business area is right up there, as you can see. And the entertainment area. So, like I said, I'm the CEO of OneVerse. We wanted to do things right, so we made a DAO. Thank you, DAO, once again, for your platform. It's awesome. And then we went ahead and made an LLC in Wyoming. So we're officially incorporated. We're a business running. And we have a lot of operations. The bank accounts open, everything running smoothly, so you know that you're investing with people that are, I guess, KYC and legal compliant. So here we go. So we talked about this. Stargaze, OpenSea. We're also on 2 NFT platforms on Moon Classic. Different buy options. So on OneVerse, this is the Big Bang platform. You can select on the map your plots. So it's more of like a specific plot you choose, and then the Miata is a random net where the prices are lower, but you don't get to choose. So it's different buy opportunities. And with Stargaze as well, their model is a little bit different. So every different platform is going to have kind of like their own thing. But it's very interesting moving forward what we've got going. OneVerse is a many-year project. We are incorporating full builder's tools, so you'll be able to fully customize your land. You'll be able to, once again, mine crypto, you'll be able to do all the farming stuff. It's really nice what's being built. Really excited to present this as one of the major utilities of the classic blockchain. This is going to be generating an insane amount of on-chain volume for us. It's also going to bring a lot of visibility to it. It's also going to be great for business and an extremely immersive world that we're creating. So thank you for having me. Do you have any questions? I didn't ask. Did you have questions? No?
If somebody have any questions, I can give the microphone.
So, how are you going to make sure that it's not going to be another metaverse fluke? We've seen a couple of metaverses now.
Yes, I completely agree with you. So we went and got an FT Venture solution. This is actually just the 5th metaverse that they built. So they know the ropes. We've actually privately funded almost totally this first phase of data to make sure it happens. But it also gives us the opportunity to make a lot more income. There are 32,000 lots to sell. By diversifying, once again, our NFTs on multiple platforms, we're able to tap into new communities, and once again, bring in new investors from other blockchains to come discover Lunk and to come grow the cosmos. So that's how we're going to do it. We've been taking steps every day in the right direction. we're not about like a fast growth. You know, we can stay, like I said earlier, we can stay in beta for a whole year if we need. You know, we're gonna make sure we do things right, always. So that's how it's gonna happen, because we're gonna. It may take more time, but we are gonna do things right, always. You're welcome.
I have a question. I'm a very sneaky person and I like NFTs. Can you please whitelist all of us to your upcoming NFT collection? Just collect our addresses if people want to join that.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. I'd be honored to have all the projects here.
Friends, when you was making the registration on Luma, we was asking you to input Cosmos addresses. From Cosmos address, we can get any addresses, even Lunk addresses. So if you forgot to input your address, just send this address into the chat of the Interchain Summit, and you will be whitelisted for the cool drop because you are offline participants.
It'd be a pleasure to have all of the Cosmos projects represented in Lunkers. Honestly, that's my goal. That's what I want. It's a way to shine. I mean, this is our window of opportunity to show the world all that we've built. You know, layer 2 has really come together on Lunk. This is how this growth has started. Is that we realized that we need to do this ourselves by building, and multiple projects are built on Luna Classic at the moment. You know, we saw Juris earlier. We're going to hear about Selenium probably tomorrow. We know. Is Selenium going to be here tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I heard he missed his flight. So, anyways, these are major projects. We have Wezo that's not here as well as another major project on Luna Classic. Terraport, the DEX. You know, we have 3 DEXs right now on Lunk. More to come, I'm sure. But utilities is growing every day. We're a $300 million market cap blockchain with 0.00006. Everybody's hyper focused on the dollar, but what about a penny? Make us a $30 billion blockchain. We're top 10 in the world. So, you know, small step, one step at a time.
Great. Thank you very much. So cool that you came to us. Friends, everybody have like a 5-minute, 7-minute break, and we will jump from the metaverses to the material verses to speak about real world assets. And I think it will be the best networking because all real world assets need to have a digital twins. The digital twins need to be in the digital twin of our material world. So I'm pretty sure a lot of options for collaborations. 5 minutes break, and we will speak about real world assets. Friends, we are starting to move next speaker. Please, friends, take a seat, take your place. Feel free to deploy chairs as you want. Let's be now I understand that some people still on the street.
Okay, so let's start. Thank you for your time today. Let me start. I think we have like a 15, 20 minutes. I will try to reserve like the last 5 minutes maybe for some questions. I hope you will have some. But let me just take 1 minute, tell you a little bit about myself. I am not originally coming from blockchain. Actually, I spent my entire life doing business consulting for large consulting companies. I'm coming from natural resources, so that is oil and gas, pharma, mining, yeah, that sort of businesses. I was working in Accenture for 11 years, where I get to senior manager category. And since then, I started working as a freelancer for large corporations, like continuing doing my work. And basically, what I do for living is helping those businesses in so-called transformational projects. So just to make it very simple, imagine kind of project that is lasting for a year maybe, and that project implies process engineering for large companies. So they need to set up a project and then carry out that transformation. In my role, I'm doing cutover management, and cutover management is basically a person who is planning the last month before so-called like a D-Day before going live with transformation. And typically, you need to kind of manage this ramping down, and then we call it blackout. We stop the business, and then we ramp it up again, and doing hypercare, and eventually rolling out of the project. And so I'm doing this for more than 25 years now, in different countries, always like traveling around the world and doing doing that. But even though I like my job a lot, and I like technology applied to business, since I saw for the first time blockchain, I get completely crazy about it. I love this technology. I think it's one of the transformational technologies that happened over the last 20 years, and yeah, I'm sure that's the reason why you are here. And because I was coming from the kind of traditional business, if you want, I was kind of educated that in order to build something meaningful with technology, you need to have this solid business model. So there should be some kind of underlying business model, and then taking the technology as a way to leverage that and making this more efficient, more optimized. Yeah, because I'm coming from that field. And yeah, that only sale started actually like 4 years ago. It started with buying the property, because one of the things that we were convinced about is that we need to have that solid business model with the business that we want to carry out. So the first thing that we did was to buy a property. And we actually acquired the property in this very nice place, or close to this place. Maybe some of you know it. Anyone knows the place? Zakin, yes. This is, I think actually it's one of the most beautiful beach in Europe, most likely. Maybe some other beaches can compete, of course. So we acquired real good asset nearby this place in island of Italy. So this is a map of what we acquired. Actually, we only own these 4 plots here. These 1, 3, 2, and 6. The other plots belong to the concept that we proposed, and that concept is smart village. So in each of those plots, we want to build a villa, and of course, we want these villas to be modern and hopefully connected to the blockchain. And yeah, let's see what that means. Maybe at this point, I would like to introduce here this area that is tied to all the challenges related to the legal aspects of real estate. I think anyone who thought a little bit about the real estate tokenization, immediately you think a lot about legal aspects. So we spend a lot of time thinking about this and discussing with the lawyers how this should work. But to make a kind of summary of it and also to share with you our learnings. So typically when you start development project, whatever that development project is, you are incorporating so-called SPV, so that is special purpose vehicle, and that company is owning the asset, and then basically that company is issuing shares, and those shares are what you basically tokenize as a real world asset. So yeah, these are the villas that we want to build. We are now at the stage of, we went through the conceptual design. This slide, to give you a little bit of introduction, before I go into the blockchain itself and trying to convey or share with you what we are trying to do, a little bit of idea like how large real state development works. So you always have a kind of cycle, and everything starts, of course, from the concept. So it starts somewhere here. Yeah, you are thinking what you are going to do with that, let's say, development plots or place, and then you have some kind of conceptual design. You need to decide how many of them, considering all the constraints that you might have with the local authorities. Very often in difficult places like this one, in the island, you have a lot of restrictions. So you need to go through that cycle first. And then, of course, you are building like the design of that villa. At some point, you need to generate documentation about it. And very often, it has something to do also with manufacturing some kind of materials that you might need, or at least knowing very well how you are going to make it happen at the end. And then, of course, you need to design 3D, 4D, 5D. It depends on the complexity of the place. And at the end, at some point, you are going to build, of course. And once the place is built, you need to operate it. So either you are selling it or you are operating it long term. And this cycle then repeats again because at the end, after some years, maybe 20, 30, 40 years, either you will do some demolition or maybe you are doing refurbishment and you start again. And what is the most important in this cycle is the center. The center is something called building information model. And building information model is a database, a type of database where professionals and the owners, landlords, store digital twins, so store a copy of whatever you are going to build. Of course, this complexity of the digital twin depends on how large your development is. When someone is building a small house for one person, so maybe you are not getting into that complexity, but when the development is a little bit bigger, so then you do this via these digital twins and building information model. So now, where the blockchain is coming to the picture, we realize, first of all, we realize that there's a lot of potential, and something that struck my mind at the beginning was that if you notice, long-term developments are like a long-term social contracts. It's not something that you do today and then in a week you are changing your mind, or in a month you are changing your mind. Typically, when you enter into that type of deal, it's a commitment, long-term commitment for very often years of commitment. So, as a concept, as a social contract that lasts a lot, actually, blockchain is like the perfect platform to maintain those people who are participating on that type of deal together. Yeah, and of course, you know, in order to carry out that development, typically you have this SPV company, you have some kind of structure, and you need to manage that company, of course, having like accounting and all aspects of that company. And our aim is basically to make that process happening in a much more clean and optimized way. So we are imagining that such a SPV could be managed actually completely remotely by people who are responsible for different, different areas, but they can do it with the help of the blockchain in completely remote way, which means basically in a cheaper way. So, in this chart, there is a little bit of maybe a lot of details, but let me just, it's something probably very obvious for you. Like there is a time here on the vertical, and those are like events in the building information model, because it's a process, right? So it starts with architectural design, as I mentioned before. Then you have engineers for structure. They need to make sure that the structure itself is calculated and the building is solid. And then at the end, you have like an electrical part or water or infrastructure around. So this is called MET. Yeah. So the time is here, and then you have all these events, at different levels. You have these events, and events basically consist in someone who is participating needs to create something called IFC file. IFC is one of the international standards. We are actually decided to follow so-called building smart, and one of the standards, international standard, is IFC files. And those IFC files needs to be loaded into the building information model. And by loading them into the building information model and synchronizing them, because remember that you might have like maybe 10 people, 15 people doing different aspects of the same digital twin. So someone might actually want to load the file with the windows which does not fit into the model. And that's a kind of problem, yeah? And so the building information model is giving you some kind of feedback, and then synchronizing those files. So finally, together those files represent the digital twin. Right? So the first place where an obvious place, which will be very easy for you to kind of get, is that each time we are loading this file into the building information model, there is an event that we want to write and change. Yeah? Why? Because we want to know at each time which of the files or which of the version of the files is the latest one and which one is integrated with the digital twin. Yeah? And of course, you have this coordination. This is the place where the digital twin is, and all those files are flowing into the digital twin, and they are there is this coordination. And here you have like a client or clients, landlords, who are the ones who are basically the main customers. The landlords are the ones who are paying for the social service to enjoy digital twin. In our case, we are also saying that this digital twin should be in different jurisdictions. You probably noticed over the last years there is a lot of let me call it capital control, and you know what I mean, yeah? And I think the pressure is higher and higher and higher, and there are a lot of people who are actually investing in general real estate, and the concern is okay, am I going to lose something? Am I going to lose my digital twin? What if someone will come and then close the place and then I lost my digital twin? Yeah? So the idea here is that this digital twin will be several in different jurisdictions.
So, one of the services that we can provide to the customer is that digital twin will be never lost. Yeah. On top of it, that is, everything that is acknowledged in digital twin is obviously written on the blockchain as well. Okay, so basically, this is like a little bit like a summary slide. Yeah, you have typically, in this business, which is, by the way, very opaque. The big problem is the lack of liquidity, because basically you buy something and then you get stuck, yeah, because the process is long, and then you don't have access to the liquidity, and then on top of that you are having different type of standards and different type of files. So either you can manage this like this, with a kind of mess of files, or you can manage this with some kind of digital twin, so building information model. In fact, in that we selected BIM server. BIM server is open source project. Of course, we want to do everything open source, and that's why we selected BIM server as a database for digital twin. So the ideal situation is that you have this digital twin out there, always updated, and always any professional knows what is the status of the development. But then you can also add to that. I didn't mention this at the beginning, but in reality, what we would love to happen is that nowadays, of course, this is new for all of us for the last 2 or 3 years that we truly enjoy that. Artificial intelligence is also bringing the next level to that. If you think about these IFC files that I mentioned, those files, if you open them, you will see that it's like a bunch of text. In reality, you could pass those files, and you could get from the files some kind of intelligence. Yeah. So the idea is that we want to prove that during this process we can actually apply artificial intelligence. So there will be like help for different professionals to generate those IFC files, verify those IFC files, and also being able to query the real world asset. So, you could imagine the situation where you might be interested about the financing of this endeavor. So you could ask, what are the financial plans, for how many years is this plan, what is the budget, what will be the outcome, or expected outcome, what is the ROI, right? So you could take questions, financial questions, but you could also make engineering questions, yeah, about the asset. And each of the stakeholders has a little bit different perspective and needs different things. Okay, so now, so what we did so far, and I am running out of time, right? Okay. So basically, yeah. Now, like mentioned this, I was thinking that I need to say thank you, big thank you to Vlad, who actually introduced me into the blockchain itself and decentralized governance. I made a validation training with him, and yeah, now fully in Cosmos. We do have our DAO already, so it is running blockchain in the testnet with the 50 validators. Some of the validators waiting on the list, and we are also very happy, and thank you DAO also that also deployed natively DAO chain. Now we are going to build the structure around the legal structure around this endeavor, and I think in terms of I would say technology. Please just notice that in our validators, we will likely have like 2 types of validators. One will be the traditional validator, which is basically the validating, yeah. But among them, we will also have those that will run those BIM servers. So, in one hand, they will be validating the chain. In the other hand, they will be running a BIM server and making sure that those BIM servers are synchronized in different applications. yeah, MVP, just very quickly, these are like the 4 components of our MVP. So we have this master plan for the first SPV, for the first project. We own 4 plots. I want to mention something important, that we fully own them, we paid them. We didn't want it to have a situation where we have, everything is mortgage and loan. This is fully paid. It is now valued $1 million, these 4 plots. We want to build 4 villas. We need $1 million for each villa to build. We build, and we expect to sell each of the villa for 2.5 million. Yeah. So it's a real business. Then there is a little bit about the permits. So we are now at the stage of getting the permits, and meanwhile we were building like a blockchain foundation. Now the foundation is legalized, and again, this component is the weak part. Yes, we have very little done here, but I think it's logical because like step by step, as I said. Okay, so I think I have one more slide, but I would rather give you an opportunity to maybe make some questions if you have any. Yeah.
If you have any questions, you use the right microphone.
Okay. No questions. Okay, fine. Thank you then, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I think Loom gets it to connect together with the DAO to make the digital, to start to develop digital twin already now. And for this day, you will have the last presentation. And this is about Web3 media and Web3 marketing. Friends, tell me, right hand if you think that we need 5 minutes break. And if you think that we need to go without break, don't raise your hand. So one person only thinks that, oh, okay. So most of people think that we don't need the break. So let's go our speakers on the panel. 1 second.
Nobody's gonna try.
I will, friends, Maria Petrichenko, Milana Kristova, Alexa, Pap, and David Skander, please join the stage. And 1 second, we need to move for the online translation, so.
Now I get how to turn on that already.
Oh.
To pretty much it. Yeah, right classic and brain.
Yes. Yes, I move with you to the other side. Yes, very good. And now,
So friends, for today this is our last panel, and we will speak about Web3 media and Web3 marketing. And for the beginning, friends, please tell us what is your project and you are Web3 media or you are Web3 marketing. Which part of this panel you are representing? Maybe you are media marketing.
Ladies first, or?
Yes, let's start with you.
I am Billy, co-founder of Nodus, certified protocol built with Authenticated, and at the same time I am co-founder of Blockbus. Blockbus is a company focused on building and executing condition object growth strategy. So, as an answer of your question, I am more on the Web3 marketing side. Okay, hello, my name is Alexa. My full-time job is more in media and marketing Web3. I used to be a product manager in a small startup, which detects internet suspicious transactions, and now I switched to BD position for job stuff like CoinGecko. We also have data and so on. But part-time, I like to create my own educational content, text, and I also have a Telegram channel, and I started YouTube with videos and so on. So, hi everybody, my name is Marina. I work at Venture Studio for Street Technology, and we have a bunch of different projects and all of them focus on privacy. My personal focus right now is Codex, a decentralized storage network. And I'm a growth leader. Personally, my background is coming from the marketing, video, and system development kind of space. And I'm working full-time in Web3 marketing since 2017.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is David Skinner. I'm from Poland. I'm the owner and founder of Charm Studio, which is branding and UX UI agency that basically works in brand strategy and produces different marketing tools, whether printed or digital products, website applications, or protocols like Choose Protocol. Since I'm also the OG member of the Classic community, and my company did the Classic. I'm sorry, Choose Protocol. I love it, so I'm proud of it. Shout out to the viewers. To answer your question, basically, I think my company is over both because we produce media, different media in the free world, and we also we do not do marketing, but we produce tools that are used within the marketing, whether those are designing an collection or creating all the decentralized protocol like this, right from scratch. So in the middle of both.
Hi, Bernard. It's a big privilege for me to be here. My name is Vanya. I am co-founder of a big project on Cosmos. The name is Expedition. And I think marketing, it is not just only marketing, also education of the people, and also collaborations and NFT projects can produce, can help in marketing not only on your NFT project, but also protocols. That's why I'm here, that's why I'm asking to you what we can do together. And if you don't follow NFTs, don't use us. PFPs, that will change your opinion.
So nice, very interesting. So a lot of expertises and competences here, and we understand that the media very connected to marketing, and sometimes it goes hand to hand. But sometimes media is not about marketing, and sometimes marketing is not about media. But what's your vision about how it's connected, how it's which part of the different, which what is connected in the best way, and which methods you use in your daily life to develop your projects and maybe to develop other projects. Let's again go by this circle.
Sure. So this is a quite interesting question, to be honest. My perspective here is that they are part of one thing, because the marketing side is how to utilize it. And in crypto and Web3, the media is important because all of us, we are, let's say, checking our daily basis. We are researching in Discord servers, which is, from my perspective, as well. We are participating in different communities on Telegram. So we are interacting with the media channels on a daily basis, real time over there. So the marketing side on, let's say, consuming the media is how to present the content or our vision in the most efficient and proper way and to be transparent. This is something very important for me and for the team